Oh yeah.
The bar scene.
Oh, don't see that. The what?
Well, there's that. Sure. Really consideration here. It was.
We have a quorum. Yeah, we need to get going. Well, Jenny's gonna be here, but she's picking up kids. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I think, yeah, let's get this going. Yeah, let's just. That's not good.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 2:30 p.m., 2:32. This governing board meeting is conducted pursuant to AB 361 and YCCD Resolution number 2223.01. Good afternoon, everyone. We thank you for your patience as we continue to navigate this virtual platform, and as you hear us repeat the same thing every meeting. We welcome the board members and others who are participating via Zoom. Please be advised that everyone participating via Zoom video or call has been muted with the exception of the board member, student trustee, and chancellor. We also welcome any members of our district community and the members of the public who are viewing the meeting live via YouTube. Members of the public are welcome to record this meeting using their own personal devices. The district will also make the recording available on the YCCD YouTube channel for 30 days in accordance with Board Policy 2365 recording. As a reminder, board members are asked to use the raise hand feature via Zoom when they wish to speak. Everyone is encouraged to mute their audio when not speaking to minimize disruption. The board is open to receiving public comments. The published agenda requested public comments be submitted in advance of the meeting by email. Public comments will be read aloud by staff at the appropriate time during the meeting. Persons seeking to make an in-real public comment may do so at the time of the agenda item and are asked to use the raise hand Zoom feature. So I think, Graciela, you can do roll call and establish quorum.
I don't see any trustees virtually attending, so student trustee Maria Marquez is absent. Trustee Antonio Aguilar,
Present.
Vice Chair Leslie Beggs,
Present?
Trustee Hinton is not present. Trustee Nicolau is not present. Trustee Milton Richards,
Yes.
Trustee Margie Balkan,
Present.
Chair Garrett is not present. Quorum is established.
Thank you. 2.3 is statements of conflict. Do we have any trustees wishing to declare any conflict of interest at this time? Nope. Okay.
Vice Chair Beggs, there will be, I think, bring this again during the next session. Okay.
Right. Okay. Are there any public comments that you have gotten via email? Graciela?
There was a request, and you have that at your hand, in a real-time public comment.
Okay, but nothing by email is what I was asking. Okay. So we have someone who would like to speak to us, and I'm not sure I pronounced the name. Sunisa Lee? Is that right? Okay. Please welcome. Come up and make your comment.
Wanted to see you. Wanted to see you here. Thank you very much. Accommodation here. Well, good afternoon, Vice Chair Beggs and fellow trustees, and Chancellor Young, as well as our vice chancellors and our Columbia College president. Today, I just wanted to introduce myself first. My name is Sunisa Lee, and I am appointed as CSEA Chief Negotiator for this fiscal year. Prior to this, I was also Chief Staff Union Steward. But beside my professional association with YCCD, I am also MJC alumni, class of 1999. So, just let you know. it's a full circle back. So actually, after I transfer out from, after graduating from MJC, I did transfer to UCLA and came right back here in 2001 to work at MJC actually. So until 2004 was when I became a full-time classified staff here with YCCD under the grants office, which currently where I'm at this point in time. So it's been a long time. A long time. I've been groomed and been raised by YCCD. Thank you for the honor of speaking with you today. Today, I just wanted to share with you also that I have also accepted a promotional appointment that will take me out of the classified bargaining unit member. I've accepted a management position here at YCCD here, so actually my last day will be in the 15th. So I come forward today to speak with you because I feel like I have an unfinished business, unfinished thought that I wanted to try to wrap up as I take charge as a chief negotiator of bargaining unit. I presented to you, I gave you the worksheet that I actually have tracked, and that's our COLA history in connection to the inflation rate that I've been tracking, as well as how it actually connects to our YCC salary schedule. I know I didn't have a chance to talk about this, but I wanted to share with you what I discovered. And there's some good news, I think we're doing a wonderful, wonderful job. So before I do that, at 5 a.m. this morning, I actually got up and actually updated the worksheet because the CPI data just got released. So it's good news. It looks like we're going in the right direction. So before I do that, I just wanted to point out to you what's the trend. Why am I presenting you with this data here? According to 5 a.m. this morning for CPI data, the release was 8.5%, which is lower than last month of 9.1%. 9.1% of last month was 40 years highest of inflation rate that we have currently right now. So I presented you with the table, and I know that the expectation is that we are now, and we all know that inflation has been creeping up, and it's quite a great higher rate than we have ever met before. So that really impacts our people here at our wage and our living standard. So that inflation impacts us. But at the same time, I wanted to also draw your attention to the fact that the inflation data does not include in the CPI the core inflation data that includes food, shelter, and energy, which is basically the basic necessity of us being here, working and living and fighting for what we think we deserve as a salary increase to help us offset the cost of living. Really, for food, it has increased since January from 7% to now, as of July, 10.9%. For energy in itself, from January at 27% rate, is up now to 41.6%, with July being 32.9%, so it's creeped down a little bit. But shelter-wise, it's hovering in the 5% rate, and as I remember, I think everybody's also waiting to see when they can buy a house. And besides the shelter part, I think the biggest thing that I want to make sure you understand is that the rent has increased drastically for us, for our staff and our members, as well as yourself as well. Those who have owned home, but also have to rent home to live. What I wanted to mention to you is that the data that I presented to you, the COLA sheet that I gave to you, actually I put down the inflation rate as of January to December, as well as the inflation rate that I calculated at July to June, which correspond with our cycle, with our accounting cycle. As you can see, our COLA rate, the statutory COLA was given at 6.5%, and the funded COLA, I'm assuming, should be also at 6.5% at this time. So what happens is that even from 2015, the data that I showed to you, the salary increase have actually, interestingly, have correspond with the amount of COLA, funded COLA percentage that was given to us. So as you can see along the way, the only time that we didn't get our COLA was basically in 2020-21, which is during the pandemic, really. But that's because we didn't get funded. So the point of the table that I gave you is to let you know that, our district has been doing really well in actually corresponding with what we are giving to our staff, our administrators, to improve the salary schedule that to help with our living expenses as well. So besides that, I just want to make sure that you understand this is a time for renegotiation, the great renegotiation, rather than becoming a force of resignation. Why? Because wage and benefits is the package, the total package that's going to bring forth, new members, new staff, new talents to our institution. With that, if we do not follow that and we lag behind that, it's definitely going to force us all to rethink, what's my value? What's my worth here? Why am I here, working here at the district? Like I said, I've been here since 2001 and 1996 since a student. And even as a student, I was also a student worker here. So I can understand, the plight that we must, work through in order to increase our standard of living. So as an institution, we only have one chance to improve our cost of living, through the negotiation for COLA. We're not a private. Yeah.
Sorry. We try and keep our public comments to around 5.
Oh, okay.
So, but thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you then.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments? Okay. So I think at this time, we're going to move to closed session. And we will reopen to open session at 5:30. Do you need me to say anything else, Graciela, since I'm subbing right now? What?
So just to address the items that are listed on the agenda.
Oh, okay. Are they listed on this cheat sheet somewhere?
So 3.1, discipline, dismissal, release, appointment. 3.2, conference with labor negotiators.
Oh, I see it.
Employee
Okay.
organizations, CSEA.
And, okay, 3.3 is public employee performance evaluation of the chancellor, and 3.4 is pursuant to GC section 54-957 legal counsel evaluation. And I believe that's it. All right, thank you very much. We are adjourning to closed session now.
Hey, Scotty.
Hey, what's going on? Janisha?
Trustees is hereby called to order. This governing board meeting is conducted pursuant to AB 361 and YCCD Resolution Number 22-23.01. Good evening, everyone. We thank you for your patience as we continue to navigate this virtual and live face-to-face platform. We welcome the board members and others who are participating in person or via Zoom. Please be advised that everyone participating via Zoom video or call has been muted with the exception of the board members, student trustee, and chancellor. We also welcome any members of our district community and the members of the public who are viewing the meeting live via YouTube. Members of the public are welcome to record this meeting using their own personal devices. The district will also make the recording available on the YCCD YouTube channel for 30 days in accordance with our board policy 2365 recording. As a reminder, board members are asked to raise their hands or look at me or throw things at me as we're up here when they wish to speak. Everyone is encouraged to mute their audio when not speaking to minimize disruption. Board is open to receiving public comments. The published agenda requested that public comments be submitted in advance of the meeting by email. Public comments will be read aloud by staff at the appropriate time during the meeting. Persons seeking to make an in real time public comment may do so at the time of the agenda item and are asked to raise the Zoom feature if you're participating via Zoom. Now we'll move on to 4.2, Pledge of Allegiance, and Vice Chair Beggs can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Beggs. Well done as always. Move on now to 4.3, roll call and establishment of quorum. I would now ask the board stenographer to roll call for attendance.
Student trustee Maria Marquez.
Present and yes to all three.
Trustee Antonio Aguilar.
Present.
Vice Chair Leslie Beggs.
Present.
Trustee Nancy Hinton.
Present.
Trustee Jenny Nicolau.
Present.
Trustee Dr. Richards.
Yes, to all three, and I'm here.
Trustee Margie Bulkin.
Present.
And Chair Garrett.
Present and yes to all three.
Quorum is established.
Thank you very much. Moving on now to change in order of business, or no, excuse me, 4.4, report out from closed session. There are no reportable items to report out from closed session. 4.5, changes in order of business. The board reserves the right to modify the order of business in a manner that is appropriate by consent of the board. At the time, I ask the trustees if there is interest in changing the order of business. Looking around once, twice. Okay, forever hold your peace. Moving on. 4.6 and 4.7, we can take those collectively. 4.6 is the approval of minutes of the July 13th, 2022 regular board meeting, and 4.7 is approval of minutes of the August 3rd, 2022 board study session.
So moved.
A motion to approve by trustee Dr. Milton Richards. Is there a second?
I did find a error that we didn't get a chance to, just a simple, on page 8 of 112, at the 4.2 Board Policy Committee Report, the next meeting, at 12:30 a.m., should be p.m.
Good catch.
And with that, if somebody didn't second it with that, I will second the motion.
A seconded by trustee Hinton with those corrections to the minutes. Any further discussion? Seeing none, yes.
That's a question. Who made the first? I'm sorry.
Dr. Milton Richards,
Thank you.
trustee Dr. Milton Richards, to be precise. So with that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Back onto the schedule, moving right along.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
I know this is under 2.3, and I was missing for that area, but I would need to abstain from the vote on 8.6, and just wanted to make that publicly known. I will not be voting, and I'll be stepping out.
Thank you. Bear with me here. 4.8, public comments. At this time, I ask the board stenographer to first read aloud any public comment requests received via email, then introduce in real-time public comment requests. Please note all email correspondence relating to this meeting will become part of the board minute. Did we have any requests received?
There were two requests received, but they're agendized items, so I can read those for the board at that time.
Okay,
There are 4 that I just received. One, MJC cleanup, so that one is not on the agenda. Another, let me hand these over to you.
you're relying on me to get it straight, you know? Let's see. All right. So first, we have someone, and I'm not going to disrespect this person by mispronouncing their name, but it's from Young Adults Fighting Tobacco MJC Cleanup. So if there's 1 or 2 people like to come up to the podium, introduce yourself, and thank you for being here.
I think you're fine.
Hi everyone, my name is Fariha Mulana Zara, and I'm the Vice President of the Young Adults Fighting Tobacco Coalition. At YAFT, we work with rural communities to address the environmental burden and health epidemic created by the tobacco industry. I'm here today to tell you all about the cleanup our coalition is planning at Modesto Junior College on Saturday, September 10th. The cleanup will be held on the East Campus and will focus on picking up all litter on campus, especially the most littered item in the world, cigarette butts. Many of us know about the harm tobacco products pose to our health. Not only are people who smoke at harm, but also those exposed to secondhand smoke. However, many do not realize the negative environmental impact the tobacco industry has on our cities. At our last cleanup in the city of Riverbank, we collected 1,362 cigarette butts, and I would like to repeat, 1,362 cigarette butts in the span of just 2 hours. Unfortunately, tobacco litter is incredibly common and generates plastic, electronic, and toxic waste that leach into our soil and water. At YAFT, we work to address these issues through education, outreach, and action, which includes our cleanups. We wanted to invite you all to join us if you're able to come on the day of the cleanup and support your campus community. We also encourage continuing to support your campus community by passing policies that will not only protect the health of your students from the harmful effects of tobacco, but also the beautiful city of Modesto. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You.
Can you repeat the time and date, please?
It will be on Saturday, September 10th, probably from 12 to 2, but if you want updates, we can provide that.
Thank you again. I have Jamie DeRollo and Highlight Sports Medicine. Okay. Again, it's Lisa from the Classified School Employees Association.
Hi, good evening.
Evening.
My name is Lisa Shutt, and I am the CSEA treasurer for our chapter at our wonderful district. I've been asked to read a statement confidentially on behalf of a fellow CSEA member. Thank you all for allowing me to speak this evening on behalf of CSEA. I want to first start off by saying thank you for the opportunities that have been given to us as employees and for agreeing to other items in the negotiations. I understand sometimes decisions are tough to make and finding fairness throughout is not easy, so thank you. I'm here to speak on behalf of CSEA and the COLA and understanding why it's important to me, not only personally, but throughout our college to receive a fair COLA. As you know, 2020 has not been easy and the turnover amongst our college has been extreme, both for the student level all the way to administration, which got me to think what has happened. So I begin to observe not only amongst employees, students, administration, but the board meetings as well. One thing I keep seeing is that there's a lack of understanding and compassion. I see decisions being made as a quick fix. I see fear of uncertainty. I look back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If our basic needs are not met, then how do we succeed? The board is our basic need. Our employees want to trust and have faith in a system with a strong foundation. Our students can pick up on the troubles of our administration, our staff, and board. So why not bring that trust and promise of strength that MJC is known for? Bring that faith back into your employees, not just giving whatever you see fit, then increasing in a year or two to try and make it up. Employees are struggling financially. People from the Bay are moving to the area, and that has an effect on the cost of everything. I have seen the change. You have full-time employees applying for food stamps or medical as secondary because we can't, because we can't even meet our copay. The rent is increased and the rules from the recent law that passed do not apply to all. You have BP working, doing, I'm just going to read it as is. You have PP working, doing Lyft in the Bay, working at stores, taking the night shift jobs just to make ends meet. I will break it down in numbers. I take home $3,800 a month. My rent is $2,075, and my car payment and insurance are $850. That leaves me with $875 for a family of 4 to cover everything else. A COLA would allow me the opportunity to pay more bills on time or at least catch up. Please remember back when you were young, before you were sitting on the board and maybe didn't have the income you have now. Do you remember what it felt like to live paycheck to paycheck or not have enough? This is our daily struggle. Please bring back the MJC faith to truly be there for the community and students, because a lot of our students are our own children, family members, and friends. We are the best marketing tool. Bring smiles back to campus so our students see that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I have Ms. Vieira.
Good evening. My name is Rosalinda Vieira. I'm actually at MJC. I've been here for almost 10 years, which is minimal compared to a lot of my colleagues, because 10 years is just, I feel like a baby here. I'm learning something new every day. I do have a bachelor's and a master's degree in business, so I could technically be on the faculty side. However, I enjoy the student services side. I absolutely love what I do, as do many of my colleagues and my other classified side who also enjoy the same side and also have degrees up in the graduate as well as I do. And we value what we do with the students every day. First, I want to thank Dr. Sanders. I didn't see him, but he's probably behind me, about his Fun with Fawn. He speaks my language. So I loved his presentation because I strive to have his Excel skills one day. He did not teach me how to be that, but that's my kind of language, numbers and boxes. But when I was going through the state chancellor, I didn't see that we were out of compliance with Fawn. Now, Fawn is something that came back reactive about 9 years ago when I started at the college. So I learned quickly when I was a division secretary exactly how to adjust our schedules, so that way we were always meeting the Fawn and we were always in compliant in our division. As an admin secretary, I worked directly with my dean to make sure we were always compliant. So it was never an issue. We would adjust our sections and our instructors so that way we were always in compliance. So I'm not exactly sure where the ball dropped on this $80,000 fine, especially when we're dealing with COLA and other things in negotiations. Second of all, over the year, the campus has been open. As a classified staff, myself and my colleagues have been on the front lines. We've been here since day one. A lot of my colleagues didn't even leave during COVID. We had to stay here. Many of my colleagues, including myself, have been sick multiple times as we strive to continue to help the students. I myself got sick during finals when students came in with COVID to take their final and loved to cough on us. And we got COVID and we took it home to our family, and now our families were sick. And it just trickled through the family. You know how that goes, especially if you have 4 kids like I do and 3 grandkids. So it quickly went through, we took it home, and then my brother ended up in the hospital for 2 days with some respiratory issues, as did my son. So these kind of risks are things that we deal with every single day. A few weeks ago, we were down to 4 staff members in the Pathway Center due to COVID outbreak in our centers. So it's realistic for us that are on the front lines dealing with these students on an everyday, day-to-day, but we love what we do. Absolutely love what I do. Lastly, MJC has been doing a wonderful job promoting this free college, which Dr. Sanders mentioned briefly the benefits of in his last presentation. But approximately we're getting 300 to 500 applications a week, which is what we wanted, right? But we don't have the staffing for it. We're still at the same staffing levels we were last summer. So we're working tremendous. And I don't know if Dimitri's going to cover it because he's behind me and I've been telling him about it all day. We're basically working with 2 to 3 counselors a day. They get most see 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes with a student, which is what, 2, 3 students a day. 8 hours a day, that's what, 24, maybe 25 students, if they don't go to the bathroom, if they don't want water. That's, if we lock them in the office. So just looking at those numbers, that's not enough to cover the 300 to 500 applications a day that we're receiving our week in order to properly service these students, get them into their financial applications, getting them logged in, getting to figure out what classes they are. In the Pathway Center with my colleagues and I, we're actually helping them register into those classes, helping them get logged in, helping them get their financial aid, as well as all the other frontline staff members in student services. However, our big hiccup right now is getting those students in through the process, and that's where our biggest hiccup is. We don't have the staffing to accommodate those 500 students who are submitting their applications every week, which means we're not filling our classes or we don't have the modality for those students. So I just want to kind of briefly, because again, 20 minutes is just a hello, what's your major? Here's your 3 classes, goodbye, go to the Pathway Center and let Rose help you, or one of my other 12 colleagues, right? Because that's all you have in 20 minutes. There's no real, what's your major? What do you want to do? Are we sure these are a right fit for you? So as CSEA works with the negotiation team, I'm hoping you're willing to negotiate on some of the opportunities, realizing that we are the frontline workers. I love what I do. I know my colleagues love, a lot of us CSEA. We love what we do. We're here because we want to be here. We're here for the students. It's not a one-size-fits-all. I understand there's no solution that's perfect for everyone. But we're hoping the district will continue to work faithfully to ensure our families, our frontline workers, continue to serve the students and all the different modalities. Because yes, we are dealing with them face to face. We're receiving several hundred phone calls a day. Yes, they all call us. We're dealing with them on chat. We're getting thousands of chats a week. So we're dealing with all modalities. So it's important that we're able to function and deal with that as well. So with all fairness, I hope you will continue to negotiate faithful with us with equity and equality, and expect the same treatment that we treat the students as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Ms. Lee, classified professional.
Vice Chair Beck actually called my name earlier.
Okay.
My name is Cindy Sully, and earlier I presented to the board a 2-chart including COLA as well as inflation. And I introduced myself as the CSEA Chief Negotiator for this fiscal year. And at the same time, I'm also an MJC alumni, class of 1999. And I just wanted to say, Professor McKissick, I'm actually one of your students. Back in 1997, I took your class. So we come in full circle. Thank you. Ashley, thank you, full circle. So with that, I just wanted to give you a summary of what I presented earlier. Essentially, I presented a year-by-year record starting with the 2013-14 current year of the statutory and funded COLA rate and how it coincides with how our YCCD COLA rate is applied on our salary schedule. With that, in summary, what's really the trend that I was trying to point out at when presenting that table? First, what's worth noting is that I'm actually impressed by the coincidence or by great negotiation team and our past negotiation team that actually the COLA rate on our YCCD salary schedule is pretty close to what's funded at the COLA rate. And this has actually kept up with the rate of inflation, according to if we were doing a July to June calculation of including the inflation rate and how the funded rate of COLA is and how it has been applied to our YCCD salary schedule. With that, that really means a lot to say that I can report out to my members right now, because we always say, how do we calculate, how do we ask for these COLA, you know, and beat inflation, how do we beat inflation? So I just wanted to, this is just last week that I just did a calculation and trying to analyze the data here. And I just come to find out that we're doing a pretty fantastic job in the past, that we actually are able to keep up with the rate of inflation as well as actually beating it by as well. So hopefully that's the trend that we're hoping to ask the board to consider and that we can keep up with, and it's possible. With the inflation table, technically as of today, it was reported it was 8.5% for the month of July. So technically, if we're looking at January through December, if we were to calculate it to be close to about 6%, the inflation rate for the August through December would have to be an average of 2.8%. Try to beat that, try to get to that point. But actually, even if we were to look at the inflation rate right now from June of last year to July, as I have calculated to apply to the table that I gave to you earlier, we are going to be at 7.17%, which basically already more than what the the funded and statutory COLA is given to us at this point in time. So that's really breaking the trend, right? If we cannot give anything more than what the statutory COLA is given to us already. So did we just did the state statutory COLA or the funded COLA rate, did we just dip by it? Maybe it's just a wrong calculation, a miscalculation on their part. Maybe we can get something, you know, renegotiated and figure out how to move along with that. Also, did you know in 2018, the minimum wage was set to increase 5 years increment from $10.50 to $15.50 as of January 2023. Effectively, that increases 7 to 8% year by year on minimum wage. Why did I bring that up? That leads to wage compression. So right now, our staff, our food service staff, which is at our lowest level of our salary schedule, 17, starting is $21. I'm sorry, 1707. That's the starting rate. So that's related. Did you also know that Social Security COLA for 2022 was 5.9%? And based on the CPI data of 9.1% reported for June, it is expected the forecast for Social Security COLA alone will increase up to 10.5%. So we have those numbers that we're kind of looking at, the inflation, the COLA. So what I'm trying to get at is whatever strategies, metrics, models we will use to determine how to use, you know, to calculate our fundings, to reallocate the resources to cover the wages and benefits that benefit all of us, to sustain our operation. I would like to urge our board trustees, administrators to consider classified professionals as human capital asset that appreciates in value versus just thinking us as another equipment, building capital asset that will depreciate over time. Just I'm from accounting, so just the accounting formula wordplay on this: asset equals liabilities plus.
Ms. Lee, I just want to remind you, I've got 2 more hands popped up, and I want to make sure that if any of your other members want to speak that maybe didn't put in a card, we have enough time for that.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
Give me 20 seconds.
Okay.
We classify as professional as well as leadership team faculties are considered as human capitals. We are your owner equities. We are your equities, not liabilities. That's really what I wanted to let the board understand and know. We have a total of 444 classified professionals right now. 33% have more than 10 years of service here, and 66% 10 years or less. So you have quite a few newcomers to join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Garrett,
Yes.
you have the presentation. I'm ready for that, or if you'd like to take.
Let's out of respect for the raised hands in the Zoom world, let's go to them first.
CSEA Laura first.
Hi, thank you. I'm Laura Hurst. I'm classified staff. I'm also an MJC alumni, and I have been serving the YCCD community for over 18 years, Men's Student Services. I want to thank the board members for also serving our community wholeheartedly. First off, I am going to just say that I did not write this out, so I'm winging it here. I would like to ask you to allow us the flexibility with remote work options. We have proven that we are extremely capable of performing high levels of support remotely, and in some cases, even more efficiently. I do acknowledge the importance of face-to-face assistance with students or staff, and that in some cases, their consideration needs to be made for department needs. But after returning fully to campus, there's been many times where a lot more duties could have been performed if we had had the option to work remotely, at least on a case-by-case or on a hybrid schedule. There's sometimes, for example, personally, in my case, there have been times that I would have been able to put in 6 hours, 8 hours out of a 10-hour day, but because of appointments and other factors, I could not come to campus to work the 10-hour day. But if I had been allowed to do it from home, I would have been able to continue to get more files completed for students and serve students on chat, on the phone, by email, etc. Also, even though now we are no longer working 100% remotely due to the COVID pandemic, we had chat added into our schedule. That is not getting removed. That's not getting taken off our plate. So we have hours a day adding a new way of communicating to students on top of all the other ways. So I believe that we should utilize the resources we have, and that's including the resources of us, our classified staff. We've given flexibility. We'd like flexibility in return. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, Debbie Partridge.
Okay, Debbie, you with us?
Yes, I am. I am actually speaking to an item on the agenda on item 8. So should I wait and talk later, or do you want me to talk now?
Let's wait to make sure everything is, that you get everything across that you want to. So let's wait until that's called. Is that okay? Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Debbie.
CSEA Monica.
Okay.
Hello, Chancellor Young, Trustee Garrett, and Yosemite Community College Board of Trustees. I'm here to speak on behalf of CSEA as the first Vice President of Chapter 420. The affordable cost of housing has been decreasing. Income increases have not kept pace with the rising cost of housing, and according to documentation within the Stanislaus County Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy for 2021 through 2026, out of 268 areas in the United States, our community, the Modesto metro area, falls at number 251 for affordable housing. According to our online classified salary schedule, the yearly income of employees within our campus community falls below the average annual income listed for Stanislaus County residents, which is $26,258. This figure represents a 26% lower amount than that of the United States per capita income level of $35,672. We have classified employees, according to our schedule, who earn $11.93 per hour, which falls below the set minimum earning wage of $15 per hour. To offer another perspective, we have some classified employees earning a little over $24,000 per year, and we have other executive employees earning a little over $249,000 per year. This is 10 times more than some of our classified employees. With a rising cost of food, housing, fuel, and energy, we have dedicated, talented, hardworking, classified employees who are struggling to make ends meet. A minimum cost of living adjustment of 6.56% may only be a net amount of $150 per month for some classified employees. But for some, this equates to being able to purchase enough food for the family, or pay the rent or mortgage. In closing, we ask the board to please consider the tremendous value of classified employees and the substantial need for an affordable salary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else? Any other raised hands, Graciela?
Not via Zoom.
All right. You want to go to the PowerPoint? Okay. You got 30 seconds. Not
All right. Hi, guys. I am Dr. Jamie DeRollo. My pronouns are she, her, and I prefer to go by Jamie. I do work in the medical profession, and I don't want to misconstrue to any of my patients that they may think that I'm an MD or DO. I did want to come here today just to highlight a little bit about our sports medicine program. We tend to be, it's not working. There we go. It's just me. We tend to be the team behind the team. First, let me tell you guys, athletic training is often misconstrued as personal training. A lot of times people are telling me, oh yeah, give me a workout. Well, we do injury prevention and give them strengthening and stretching programs or nutrition advice if they want to decrease body fat or increase muscle mass. We also, what I usually tell people is we're the ones that run out on the field. Whenever you're watching any type of professional sports, the cool people with the fanny packs, that's the athletic trainers. We evaluate, assess, determine what is going on if they can safely go back to competition. Unfortunately, we do immediate and emergency care, so CPR, first aid, and then there is treatment and rehabilitation, what you guys are probably most common to as physical therapists. And then there's part of the organizational and professional health and well-being. We do continuing education. If I went off of concussions, how I learned it 20 years ago, it's 100% different. Athletic trainers are in all different settings. We have a wide history at MJC. Like I said, we're the team behind the teams. So we're not necessarily the ones that are getting the news articles or highlights, and that's fine. My passion is getting those student athletes back onto the field and doing what they want to do and achieve their dreams. All athletic trainers have at least a bachelor's, and they have to pass a board of certification exam. And now, as of this year, they're no longer doing the bachelor's program. So all athletic trainers have to have a master's. And I would say probably 70% have their master's. And like I said, there's a ton of different settings. We have, not at Disney yet, but all of our MJC alum are at these different, Amazon, Tesla, Frito-Lay, things like that. Some of our history, you guys probably recognize Bobby Boswell and Cheryl Mulder. Bobby was here for 38 years. Cheryl retired at the perfect time. She didn't know COVID was coming, but, just kind of perfect with that. As of 2003, MJC offers an AS in sports medicine. So part of that is getting the athletic training students a pathway into whatever profession they want to. This wall, I'm a little bit embarrassed. I should probably have about 12 more pictures up there. These are all former MJC athletic training students that are now certified athletic trainers. And we're still finding more and more, as I go to more conventions, and they're like, oh, I went there. So get me your picture, or I'll Facebook stalk you and put it on there. We are fortunate. So I am the head athletic trainer and I'm considered faculty. I teach the sports medicine classes. In the middle is Sal Meha. We're all MJC alum, by the way. So we're all products of Bobby Boswell. Sal Meha has his master's in nutrition, so he offers a different aspect that can really help our student athletes. And then Juan Lopez is also, like I said, an MJC alum. He did an internship with the Red Sox and ended up, it happened to be the year that they won. So kind of very, very cool. I am on the I am the chair of the 2-year institutions for the ICSM, Intercollegiate Council for Sports Medicine. What that means is I represent all the 2-year institutions across the nation. So NJCAA has 534 schools, California community colleges have 117, and NWAC has 71. We are well known throughout the world, or not the world, the nation, and it's really cool. Just in June, I was in Philadelphia and presented on debunking race-based medicine. Somebody happened to see the MJC sign and came in and talked to me like, oh, I was one of Bobby's. So it's really amazing that we're able to kind of have that connection. I'm trying to hurry up through this. COVID did change things. I was part of the ICSM who wrote national policies to get all of college athletics back onto campus. And then I was one of 4 authors for the 3C2A to get sports back into the California community colleges. We have been back since October 2020, and testing started at March 2021. And then some of the highlights, we have multiple students that get multiple degrees. They don't all go into athletic training. This young lady right here is a certified personal trainer. And then currently we have several that are now going to University of Idaho for 212, which once they're done at MJC, they go to Idaho for 3 years and end up with both their master's and bachelor's. You can read everything else, but we're really excited to have all these different professionals everywhere. And then the most recent is down at the bottom, where he ended up working with the Angels. And that's kind of unheard of for your first job working at a professional level like that. I do want to say thank you guys for all of the support that you guys have had in the past. Right before COVID hit, we did do a sports medicine open house. And I'm planning to do one in March, so I will send out that invitation and hope you guys can come in. If you happen to go to any sporting events, come say hi to us on the sidelines. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we've covered everybody, right, Graciela?
I believe so.
Okay, that was a marathon run, but thank you all for your participation and being part of public comment. We'll move to okay. Pardon me here. Move on to board committee reports 5.1. There was no board finance committee report. I know you're all disappointed, but we will meet again in September. So we'll move on now to 5.2 board policy committee report, and I'll turn that over to the committee chair, Trustee Hinton.
Thank you, Chair Garrett. We also had no meeting this month, and we will meet again October 10th. That ends my report.
Okay, moving right along. 6.1 presentation website update, central services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to take this opportunity before we have this report to thank the teams from the colleges and central services for having participated in coming together and trying to help us get to a new website. So a lot of work has been going on, and I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chancellor of Educational Support Services, Dr. Trevor Albertson, for some opening remarks.
Chancellor, and to the board and to the chair. First, I did want to thank you for the very warm welcome I received from this board, from the chancellor, and from everybody here in the district. It's good to be home. The other pieces that I'm going to bring together just for a moment, some disparate parts of efforts here in the district to tighten up what we're doing. And that ranges from customer service to our web presence, to how we serve our students, to how we secure what we're doing. And going forward at this point, we really have, I would call a unified and concerted effort. It's going to take shape in the form of four major pieces. What's going on right now is we're redesigning the website in conformity with the requests and desires and interests and needs of the individual campuses. We have a very disunified look right now. We need to brand, we need to present, and we need to look and function appropriately in uniform. It'll not only be easier for us to operate, it'll be easier for our students to access services and support, and ultimately earn those degrees they're interested in. This is part and parcel of a larger effort, which is to move to a different plane rather than just advancing down the highway. And by that, I mean this. Yes, we're rebranding. Yes, we're updating our look, but the eventual hope is to get, and it's not a hope, it's going to happen, is to get to a portal presence, which is better for students. It provides better support in terms of course access, being able to update schedules and courses, and access services such as counseling, course registration, whatever it might be that we can plug into it. It provides opportunities for a distributed work model as we go down the road, and the best ability for accounting for those things. And it also provides kind of the quantum leap as we go forward in supporting what we do. It's also a lot more secure. As we update our security platforms, as we update the literal backbone on which this information travels, everything will improve. And it also leads to an improvement in customer service because it presents a much easier to use platform. And so what we are doing now is part and parcel to a larger effort. This is not one step. It is not something that eventually ends. It's a continual process of evolution because we can't stop where we're at. Not only does technology move, but so do our students. We need to meet their needs. Ending your questions.
Any questions for our Vice Chancellor?
Ma'am?
Nicolau.
Trevor, were you planning, in our packet, we have some slides. Were you planning to walk through that, or should I ask my questions within the slides now?
So yes, ma'am, good question. I was going to wait for questions if there were none, then I was going to introduce our speaker who's going to cover the slides.
Fantastic.
And she is the expert on the updates we're making to the website right now.
Then put me on the list for follow-up after the presentation.
Duly noted, ma'am. Pending any other questions to the chair or board members?
Nope.
Thank you, sir. Okay, stage two, here we go. Tonight we have Carissa joining us, and she is our rep. I would call her, Carissa, I'll let you do the official discussion. She's our guru, and she is good at the business of branding, marketing, and providing those customers that come to our web presence the best representation possible. Carissa, are you ready to go?
I am. Yes. Thank you for having me. I'm Carissa Hull. I'm an account director with Vision Point Marketing, and I'm very excited to share some of the progress we're making with the website redesigns. I do have some slides for you all, so I'll go ahead and share my screen. Sorry, let me pause that share. Great. So I'll go ahead and dive in and do a brief introduction, give you a light project background, talk about the project goals, and dive right into those design highlights to share with all of you. So just so you know who Vision Point Marketing is, we are a company that's been around for over 20 years now with over 80 full-time employees, and we are 100% focused in higher education marketing with a focus in enrollment. And so we're really happy to give you a little background about what we've been working on. So you can think of Vision Point as your design partner for your public facing websites. So what that means is that when we complete our part of this project, we'll be handing off front-end design files for 3 visually compelling brand-driven websites. So the 3 websites will be structurally consistent for the ease of your website visitors. So all of your different audiences that use the 2 institution websites and the district websites, we're thinking about them and an ease of use as they move from one website to the next when they need to do so. And also, just looking to the future, having these be consistent makes it easier for you to maintain those pieces, for you to be focused on branding and being able to spend your time serving your audiences rather than worried about what the visual and the structural pieces of your website are. So trying to make those flexible enough that they can grow with you into the future and you can customize your messages for all those people that you do serve. And so if questions do come up, I always want to be direct. Vision Point is we're not your content creation team. So when I show you these designs, there will be filler content, filler images, filler space for videos and that sort of thing. So that's something I can speak to from a high level, but I can't get into the weeds about the content that you would be creating for these new websites now and maintaining into the future. Also, the physical building of your website is done by a different partner. So they're the ones who are going to actually implement your CMS and make it so you can enter content in the designs you're seeing today. I can't speak to other areas of your online presence, your portals, your online applications, social media, online marketing. There's a whole team of representatives across the institutions in the district that have been helping us to formulate this project. And they've been keeping us in the loop on all these other efforts and great things you have currently going on and have planned for the future. So we're taking those things into account, but I'm not the best person to answer any questions as it comes to those. So all of this started with the research and strategy phase where we heard from tons of different representatives, including students, to hear what these websites needed to be for you all. We did information architecture, which is a fancy way of thinking about restructuring your website to better serve all your audiences and to keep things organized. And now we're nearing completion of design. So with that, I'll touch on some basic project goals. And I know this is not the exciting part. You want me to get to the design, but just so we all have the same lens as we're looking at these designs, we want to support you in some of your goals, such as enhancing regional awareness of your colleges and all of your offerings that you serve your community with, help you enroll new students, but also increase that retention and how you serve your existing students and other audiences. And with that, we're obviously thinking about your goals and what this website needs to achieve for you, but it's so important we're thinking about how these websites need to serve all of your different audiences so they can find the information they need quickly and easily. So when we think about your audiences, we want to really think about that prospective student and their influencer, meaning their families, their friends, their guidance counselors, and those who help them make the decision to move forward with their journey in higher education. We want to serve these people first just because they don't live in the world of higher education like so many of us do. So there's a lot of terms we use. There's a lot of ways we organize content that just will not make sense to someone who doesn't live their life in the higher education world like we do. So that's not saying we're not going to serve the current students, the faculty and staff, prospective employees, community members, partners, alumni, and so many more. It just means we have to think about those who are taking this really big step in their lives and how we can support them. So with that, I will pause my screen for one more second and hop out to the actual designs and share that with you, because I know that's the visual part that everyone gets excited about. So one second here. Design's freezing up here.
Maybe while we're waiting, Trustee Nicolau, do you have a question?
Carissa, do you feel like you're in a good place if I ask you some questions? Oh,
Yeah,
got it.
absolutely.
It was
That's
good.
okay.
Back to you.
Okay. All right. So I'm sorry, it's getting cut off. I'm not sure why it doesn't want to load nicely for all of you, but to give you an idea of where we're going with the design, these aren't quite finalized yet. But as you are looking at the design, we are trying to simplify things to help all your different website visitors find what they're looking for. A lot of times designs are very busy, they're very text heavy, and they're not focused on finding like the key actions your users might want to take. So as you're looking at the new designs, there's plenty of space to still message, to still share about your brand, to still include images and videos to give that sense of place. But we wanted to make sure we were thinking about the key actions they might want to take. So they might want to jump into the get started process. They want to explore your programs. They might want information about admissions or how to pay. Again, this is filler content and you can customize these messages and update them for years to come. But the idea is to help them get to the information they want quickly and easily without requiring them to have to read everything. So we're trying to create a design that's flexible, can grow with you, but also is really thinking about the actions people want to take so they can get directly to the information critical to them. So as you're looking at this, I am showing the MJC design, and the Columbia College design has the same layout, right? But it's going to have some different brand colors, and you'll obviously be able to customize the images and text you put in here. But the idea from both of them is to make it a really seamless experience that doesn't require your users to have to do a ton of work, right? We want them to get the information they need and the support they need quickly. So even looking at the menu, trying to just have just a few main categories that align with what those prospective audiences need so they can quickly find the information that's relevant to where they're at in their journey. And this is right now we're looking at things that are aimed at those prospective students, but we do have access for current students, faculty, and staff, and you can include other audiences needed in the future should those needs arise. We do have pages that are set up just for them so that they can also quickly and easily get the links, the logins, the news, the events, the things that are most important to those audiences that have been basically custom catered just to them. So I'll show a few more pages. So what I was just talking about was that portal idea. They can have specific logins to your different user types. So this is a student example. And it just allows you to customize and make these flexible. So as you hear that students might be needing a certain link and they're not having an easy time accessing those, or there might be times of the year when certain links need to be more handy for them. So you'll have a lot of flexibility to get that information out to those users. And here's an example of a program page. Again, design is still in progress and not totally finalized, but giving them program information cards where you might be able to include information like time to completion, links to the relevant catalog, helpful contact information, overviews. We know you have a lot of other tools you're working on, so we'll be able to integrate some of those other tools you have in motion so that you're not duplicating your content efforts. But again, being able to highlight and get people the information they need quickly and easily. And you will have filters, so people can filter your programs and help them narrow to the right fit programs by school or department or the degree type they're looking for. So a lot of this is still in progress, but wanted to give you an idea of what we're looking at. And there are other page types here, but I know we don't have all the time in the world to look at each one in detail, but wanted to give you that first glance. And I can stop my screen here for a second and pull up the Columbia College one. But if there are questions, I'd be happy to answer that while I pull that up.
So I appreciate the research and strategy step. I've also co-led a project similar to this for almonds.com and 9 regional sites. So I can appreciate your world, respect the frustrations, the joy, the excitement, all that. My question really comes down to 2 key areas. What was the student involvement, not just in the research and strategy, but really like in the current designs? Have you guys basically pressure checked and done almost like a heat map, watching students, asking them to find areas and see where they naturally are going? Have you checked the design with students before going live? First
So
question.
we haven't, yeah. So yes, doing testing like that, where you're heat mapping using like a third party tool. We haven't done that with the designs. We've met with students and offered opportunities for them to come and review and talk to our web strategist, Paul, about their reactions, their questions. If they think the menu, for instance, is easy to use, since it is a different navigation than you're currently using. So we did speak with other students, but we haven't done the heat mapping, like the eye tracking type tests.
And is that in the plan?
That's not in our scope of work. If that's something that you all would be interested in doing, I would recommend looking into that sooner rather than later, because we're getting to that point where we'd like to start that front end development portion. So if you did want to add that, I would say we'd want to discuss timeline and cost for that as soon as possible.
Understood. And then secondly, just looking at the key goals of this project, I'm curious what the metric of success is here. The board talks a lot about customer service and the experience. I feel like I hear from all the different groups that satisfaction, that need to feel heard and appreciated. So what is the metric of success on this project to know that we in fact accomplished our goal?
Yeah, absolutely. So I do think that as you get closer to launch, looking back at like previous Google Analytics and seeing that experience and then comparing it about, I would give it at least 3 months after launch to compare some of those analytics and then revisit how the traffic is flowing. And you can do that by testing how long people are spending time on the website. And then also I would recommend follow-up surveys to make sure that people are able to find what they're looking for quickly and easily. We do have a list of like certain tasks that prospective students, current students, and different audiences usually like to achieve on websites like these. And you can actually send out surveys to do that. It's not in our scope right now to do follow-up user testing, but I would recommend once you've gotten new website content put on this website and it's live and you've looked at those analytics, to actually meet with users and ask them questions like, where would you go as a prospective student on the site to find out if we offer a program in business? And then don't say anything, and you actually watch them using that eye heat tracking motion to see if they can actually get to those key categories of content within a few clicks. If they can't, and you're seeing that as a theme after testing with a few users, I would absolutely say it needs to be worth a discussion. But I would say you want to be checking your analytics regularly. Once you launch a website, it's so common for people to just be so relieved and then they let it go. And that's not the time to let it go. It's the time to continue to evolve it and to better serve, right? Because this website is a huge visual step up. And you'll have a big lift of content creation here soon to be able to fulfill those needs. So much of a website success is, did you put the right content there? We can get people to the page by changing the navigation and changing the design and making things easier to visually see. But until that new content's there and you're testing it, and evolving it over time as your users' needs change, that's a whole nother lift. And I would absolutely say as soon as it's live, it's not done. It's just getting started.
Question? Anybody else? Okay, we'll kick it back to you, Carissa, if you have anything. You have Columbia you wanted to show us. So
Yes, and this will just take a second. I don't want to feel like I'm favoriting one institution over the other. That's certainly not the case, but I do want to show you how these websites will be very consistent. So while you are seeing colors and images change, we're trying to keep the layout consistent so that when you do have someone who's interested in taking a course at one location or another, it's an easy, seamless experience. But as you can tell, they both have a very strong brand. And they are both very clean, but they're bold. They're not wishy-washy. And so you'll see some similarities, but obviously some different visual treatments in the backgrounds and things like that. So they'll be easy for you to maintain from that aspect, but you also have plenty of room to customize and make sure each institution feels accurate to its brand.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chancellor, any closing remarks?
Other than anybody else's questions, I would look forward to further guidance from you and the Chancellor.
I saw you taking notes there while Trustee Nicolau was talking, so I know we'll get follow-up on that.
Anytime you need it, please.
Thank you. Okay, And just add, I'm so glad to see this. This has been something that people have commented on for quite a while. And so it's nice to find, excuse me, see this come to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Carissa. 6.2 presentation, repopulating enrollment plan updates, Columbia College and Modesto Junior College, and safety measure updates. So we have, who would like to go first?
This is Amy. I'm going to be presenting on both colleges.
Hey.
Hello again. Thank you for having me. Good evening, Chancellor Young, trustees, and presidents Dr. B and Dr. Tran. So I'm here to give a health update on COVID-19 and a brief update on monkeypox. Next slide. So this is Stanislaus County. You can see that the BA.5 is the dominant variant. It's a subvariant of Omicron. We have a high testing positivity rate at the moment. It's 18.6, and we know that cases are underreported because of the high number of home tests that are being done. We have a CDC community level of high. If you recall from previous presentations, community level is an important indicator when making policy decisions. And this is taking into account new cases, new COVID admissions per 100,000, and the percent of staffed inpatient beds in use by COVID-19 patients. You can see the data below, which is on the Stan County website. And this tracks, positivity over time. So you can see the recent uptick in the positivity, although it's looks like tapering down a bit. But you can see that there was quite a swell here back in the last couple of months. On the right is information from the CDPH website on hospitalizations, and same, you can see a bit of an increase there, nothing like previous surges, which is really welcome news. And you can see that also there's a little bit of a dip there toward the end. Next slide. This is Tuolumne County. Also, a BA.5 is the dominant strain there. Also a high testing positivity rate as well as a high community level. The bottom left is the CDPH graph showing hospitalizations. And on the right is a lot of data from the website on public health. I won't go through it all, but you can see that they have new cases mentioned here, hospitalizations as well. And this is on the front page of the COVID site as you enter that website. Next. So we're still focusing on several mitigation efforts in the community. None of this has gone away. Our real focus is on really good ventilation practices. We've learned a lot about the importance of ventilation over the last couple of years, really bringing in outside air into the classrooms, opening windows as much as we can, and just really maximizing that airflow. We still have guidance on masking that has not gone away. Antivirals are an important part of mitigation and really can help with severe outcomes. And I'll talk a little bit about a test to treat site that we have here in the county. We've scaled back a bit on the individual contact tracing efforts. We're not looking at everybody who was in contact and contacting them on an individual basis. We're looking at group tracing, really, who, if there was a classroom, we just sort of give out blanket guidance when it comes to looking out for symptoms, when to test. We're looking at high-risk areas and really focusing on outbreaks in the community. So it's important to continue to understand the needs of the high-risk areas and provide that ongoing support. And on campus, this would be areas of maybe specific need, like our allied health students. We still have ag housing, that's a congregate setting. We're looking at athletics and places that really could use our support in terms of maybe some additional mitigation layers that we need to implement. Also, just people paying attention now to their individual risks. If you're immunocompromised, high risk, you would maybe take some additional steps to protect yourself. We're still using notifications to get guidance out. This is a requirement for employees per OSHA, but we still would like students to continue to let us know when they're positive. We want students to get the appropriate guidance and know what the next steps are. Next slide. So for masking, this information has not changed. It's the same on the CDPH website as well as the CDC. So you can see on the top that both counties are referring us to the state, And on the bottom left here is the CDPH guidance, which does say that masking is strongly recommended in any indoor public space, as well as some other bullet points there. And then also the wear a mask section has additional guidance. That first bullet point with the public transportation is just linking to a court order from back in February when that requirement was lifted, but it's still highly advised. And really our county and Stanislaus County does not intend to be more restrictive than the state, but we do have the option, or K-12s and higher ed do have the option to be stricter than the state guidance. And because we have a CDC community level of high, I did include that, that guidance as well on the right on the masking. Next slide. So testing's still an important part of what we're doing. MJC, we just secured about 4,000 tests last week that were free from the state. So we'll continue to give those out of health services, as well as just distributing them out to certain groups on campus that have a high need for testing. Allied Health being one, Ag Housing another, and so on. District office will also have a large supply. Columbia College has tests available in the Instructional Materials Center for employees, health services for students. And then the counties also have several sites. These are all listed on the website. What's new since the last time I was invited to speak was the test to treat option, which is available at both the Salida Library and Turlock. And what that basically means is you can go to these sites to get tested for COVID. If it's positive through the antigen rapid test, they can actually provide antiviral medication on site if you'd like that. So that's a really great option now. Columbia College through in their area at Sonora, they continue to offer at the fairgrounds. I don't have information on any test to treat sites. I didn't see that on their website, but neighboring towns also have some testing options. The state and the counties are really encouraging the reporting of home tests through the My Primary Health site through CDPH. So we'll be offering that link as well in some of our notifications and in our communication with students. Next slide. So lastly, I'll give a brief update on monkeypox. It's an evolving situation. We have just over 1,700 statewide cases. We have 5 cases now in Stanislaus County, 0 cases in Tuolumne County. There are 2 toddler cases in the state and 0 deaths internationally. That's important to know. The risk to both counties is low. It is not widespread at this point. This spread is mostly through close, intimate contact with an infected individual. And vaccination, I'm not sure if you're reading much about this, but the national stockpile is very limited at the moment. So they're working on trying to identify some of the communities that are most in need and trying to get some of those vaccines out. They're also talking about dosing changes and you know, different routes for administration. I did just get an announcement from Public Health that Stanislaus County will be offering vaccination, and I have the website and information. If you would like more information about that, please let me know. The CDC recommends vaccination within 4 days of exposure, and it may reduce some of the signs and symptoms if it's after that. Children are not at high risk, even though we have 2. Those were from household situations with lots of contact, lots of frequent skin-to-skin contact. So this is a lot of efforts are underway to really target certain communities at risk. So the specific call to action is for communities that are the most impacted. We know that this disease can affect everyone or anyone, but the community currently that's most at risk is men who have sex with men, and particularly those with multiple sexual partners. So the county is working to reduce spread as much as possible with a lot of information and prevention information, as well as vaccine access. We're waiting for some guidance for the schools and for childcare settings. I was told that this is being written at the state level. The CDC website and CDPH has a lot of really good information on monkeypox. So I would like to refer people to the 2 sites below for more information. And then lastly, just important to remember that us in health services, we don't have the capacity to test, treat, or immunize against monkeypox. So if we do get calls or concerns from students or even employees, we would want to refer them directly to their own health providers. And for students, we can try to refer to county services, which we do often. And you'd want to, make sure to get tested right away. Any questions?
Doesn't look like it. Thank you, Amy, for your
Thank
update.
you.
We always appreciate it.
Thanks.
Great. Good evening, Chair Garrett, Chancellor Young, Board Trustees, community members, and colleagues. I have great news to share. So on the reopening, Columbia College is very busy. The past 2 weeks, we've been doing Go Columbia Day, and we invite our College Promises student to come on campus, get acquainted, do the tour so they're familiar with it. Along with that, we also invite the general public to come on campus, and I do a little introduction. But it was really nice to have folks on campus again. Our student ambassador go through that. That's how we prepare for reopening. The other thing we're doing also is that we know that summer folks get a little bit lazy and they think about coming back to school, and we want our students to be really prepared. And one of the areas that we find students gain most is in math. So Columbia College, we do a series of math workshop we call Math Jams. And basically, we invite students to come in, get a fresher, like statistics. So when you start your first day class, you really much catch up on the basic algebra, STEM math, and it's been going really well. And we got a reminder card, we get sign up. So that's very positive to get the reopening ready. We're excited. We're going to have our in-service day where we bring our staff and faculty back. It's all going to be in person. And thank you, Amy, for sharing that our campus is ready. We'll have test kit, we have masks, we have all the equipment that everybody feel comfortable. And that will be August 26th. That's coming in. So for the reopening, Columbia College is very confident. And that really translates into the enrollment that we have been working very hard. And we do want to say thank you for the additional funding, because Free for Me does work tremendously for Columbia College. And I'm so proud to tell you that we took ad out into the the Union Democrat. And for the month of August, every Thursday, we have half a page dedicated to Free for Me. And after that, every Friday, we'll have a tear sheet for Columbia College to have our individual messages. And this is where we're able to target particular programs. So next week, the ad is going to be about business and later about healthcare. So along with that, we continue with our radio ad, our social media, and the community has been so supportive that our staff starting this week will have free tabling events at Walmart. So that will also help bring our name to the community and bring the student in. And then in terms of enrollment, our FTES right now, let's say the world shut down, our FTES is still higher than last year and the year before. And this is 3 weeks away, and we have not even talked about our CCAP, our high school partner, as well as our special programs, such as our inmate population. So me personally feel very confident that that will come into place. The other thing we did very good, and we continue to do, and you'll hear, is what I call high touch support services. So right now we have over 1,400 applications that is in our database. And out of that, we can tell about 30% did not enroll. They applied, but they didn't enroll. So we really tasked our team to call up the student, basically say, what can we do to help you enroll? And the college is all behind that. And I think that is something that refer to, great teamwork. Along with that, we really pay attention enrollment each week in terms of the class field, which class is going well. And based on that, we know already, and my vice president, Raylene there, we know that AB 705 transfer English and math, tons of wait lists. And also, we also know modality that's more attractive to our student, which is online. So right now, looking at the data, we can say, okay, let's open another session. Let's do a late start. It's online. Let's find the faculty to fill that. So I feel our team is really looking at real data, and we're able to turn that around and say, if that's the case, what does that look like in the newspaper? You know, that's the kind of thing we're doing. In terms of modality, which is not something new, I think moving forward, Columbia College has to function in a way that we offer classes that is hybrid. Because both in the social science and CTE, hybrid has the highest percentage of class fill rate. So we know our students like the hybrid model. It's natural in humanities, online is much higher versus in person. But for the CTEs, it's vice versa. So for example, art and science in person is 60%, distant ed is 80%, but hybrid is 70%. So those are the way that I work with my leadership to say, okay, if that's the case, then we know where we focus, right? And CTE in person is 70% nationally, but distant ed only 40%, and hybrid is 65%. So that's how we're able to move forward. And then everything's going good. Head count is up. And I think that I really, again, it's not a job of one person, it's a job of everybody. And I'm just so proud and just love my time at Columbia College and really pulling all together. Thank you.
Are you doing it? We're revisiting a presentation that you've seen before as it relates to cleaning PPE and air quality. Obviously, Amy highlighted the air quality and pulling in the outside air. So go ahead, next slide. I won't spend much time on each slide, but as we get ready for the school year, each classroom will make sure that we have the hand sanitizer, tissue, masks available, as well as the air purification units. So those are actually surprised to not see one in here tonight. We should be having an air purification unit. Oh, there's a small one over there and a small one over there. A room this size in the classrooms, we do have larger units.
And a small one behind you.
And a small one behind me. There you go. There we go. We cover the 3,000 square feet with that then. As well as turning up the through the HVAC system, the amount of outside air. So obviously we do look at air quality. Where there's fires, we dial down the outside air. But if the air is clear enough, we are pulling in 100% outside air. Next slide. Just a reminder of the various types of supplies that we have available, either out of our facilities departments or at our colleges. As it relates to the surgical masks, we had 1 million to begin with, and I'm sure if we were to count, we still have 700,000 available. So we have plenty of masks to pass out. Next slide. And again, we've talked about the air quality a couple of times. And so again, we do have the air purification units. We are cleaning the filters frequently. We are replacing the filters frequently. And there's an example of some of the various units that we have either in our classrooms or in our office locations. That's it. Any questions about the facilities perspective?
Nope. That concludes the report, according to Chancellor Young. Thank you. We'll move on now to item 6.3, association reports, and we'll start off with the Student Senate Activity Reports, Associated Students MJC, ASMJC President Neilani Pitzer. Is Neilani with us?
Check. You're in the Zoom room.
Okay. And we'll move on to Associated Students of Columbia College, ASCC President Andrew. I won't butcher your last name because I caught help from one of my fellow trustees, so I'm not going to go down that road again.
Not in the room.
Not in the room. Okay. Moving on to Academic Senate Activity Reports, MJC Academic Senate President. Aisha, are you with us?
We have Alan McKissick.
Alan, all right.
If it pleases the board, I'll include some remarks from Aisha when I make my report.
Okay. Moving right along, Columbia College Academic Senate President. Lana, are you with us?
I am here. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Good morning, good evening, hello. First of all, thank you so much for letting me address you this evening using this continued and appreciated remote option. I am looking forward to seeing you in person in the coming months. I keep my report pretty short. Academic Senate at Columbia does not meet over the summer session, but we are looking forward to our fall faculty retreat occurring at Baker Station. Not this coming weekend, but the weekend after that, so that we can leap into work for the fall. We also have our in-service for Academic Senate meeting already completely jam-packed with ongoing topics and new topics related to this year. We're ready to hit the ground running. We do plan on continuing our shared MJC and Columbia College Senate executive meetings so that we can continue working on our shared topics relevant to both academic senates. We're really looking forward to continuing the work from last year. Summer school is wrapping up next week. I'm currently teaching my 4-day-a-week, 3 hours a day statistics class, and it's like drinking from a fire hose, this class, but we finish up next week and all of summer school classes are wrapping up this coming week. And summer class sizes are generally smaller than our regular semester class sizes. And this summer, these last 7 weeks, I've had a significant proportion of my students out for being ill with COVID. And I'm still hearing about my fellow colleagues, staff, and faculty becoming ill with COVID. So it is a concern for faculty of how are we going to navigate coming back to fall classes and having full class sizes, and how we're going to mitigate the increased risk of all being crammed in our rooms together. So we are looking for our leadership direction to help mitigate this increased risk, especially since we have still been unsuccessful in our search for replacing Lorene Campana. We still do not have a health services director. So we're without our health support team. And lastly, I heard at the very beginning our CSEA folks speaking, pleading to the board, and I hope you hear their plea of both the remote and flexible working options. That's incredibly important for faculty to work with students. It's no different for our classified staff to be able to continue their work with students and in supporting faculty. These remote and flexible working options are just the new normal, and it makes sense to extend that to them, as well as being paid at a competitive rate, right? Our classified employees are not second-class citizens. They're the backbone of our district. So please hear those pleas for their compensation. And that's all I have for you tonight. I look forward to seeing you next time. If you have any questions, I am here.
Thank you, Lana. I thought all retreats, Margie, were in Twain Harte.
Except on August 26th.
Hey, but you got it on your calendar, right? Okay, leadership team known as LTAC, President Jillian Daly.
Well, they're both okay. My gosh, it's been years since I've been back in this room doing a board report. So good evening, members of the board, Chair Garrett, Chancellor Young. It's nice to be back at a board meeting live. I have signed the tentative agreement for health benefits for the leadership team for 22-23. So at this time, I'd like to thank the board for covering increased costs for this next year. During this time with the highest inflation the country has experienced, it is a relief for employees to know that there will not be additional costs for us to cover for the upcoming year. So thank you. The LTAC will be joining CSEA, and just read the YFA tentative agreement too, so it sounds like YFA in conversations regarding health benefit costs moving forward. Tomorrow evening, the LTAC will be meeting for our annual retreat in order to discuss our goals for 22-23. I know the creation of a mentoring program for new administrators will be on the list, and I'll report more at the next board meeting. This upcoming Monday, the Chancellor's Office, along with HR, will be hosting a day-long retreat for the leadership team in Mary Stuart Rogers. It's been several years since the leadership team has had the opportunity to have an extended professional development day. I have been pushing for this for many years. Thank you very much, Henry, for supporting this. And as the retreat is in person, to have a day where we can all see each other, catch up and bond. I know we're all really looking forward to the day. Professional development will be provided by ASCIP and a legal representative with topics on conflict resolution, avoiding retaliation, managing work teams, especially those working remotely, and customer service. Fall semester begins in about 2 weeks, and the leadership team has been working hard to prepare for the new academic year. Service managers in IT, security, and facilities have been working since June to upgrade safety, to create new security and cleaning protocols, to upgrade and retrofit all computer labs, and to upgrade classrooms, at least I know at MJC, with new HyFlex equipment. Is the board familiar with HyFlex equipment? Okay, yeah. I really recommend, if you haven't done so, to have a presentation on the HyFlex modality because it's really interesting. It's great. Instructional managers are working hard to prepare for a successful week of activities leading up to in-service and Institute Day at both colleges. Fall schedules are being tweaked and new part-time faculty are being hired to provide more access to students. At the same time, spring 2023 schedules are due by Labor Day, and MJC deans are busy transitioning from the division structure to the new school structure. Many deans, myself included, are supervising new programs. For example, I'm taking on all of the formal literature and language arts division programs, plus now child development with both the Wawona and Miwok centers. So there's a lot to learn during this transitional period. Face-to-face classes are increasing for fall and spring, so everyone is looking forward to the presence of more students in our hallways in just a few weeks. It's a very busy and exciting time. I do have a very, addition from Steve Amador up at Columbia College. He wanted to make sure that I mentioned that Baker Station enrollment numbers are in fact the best they've been in years, even before COVID. That Columbia is wrapping up a successful summer semester. And he echoes basically what President Tran has said, that enrollment is looking good. They're working hard to carry the momentum into the fall. They're also hiring full-time and part-time faculty for further access. They're also increasing face-to-face offerings. And everyone, he writes, is anticipating a semester that will put the COVID era behind us and allow for greater opportunities for students and student success. That ends my report. Excuse me, are there any questions?
None looking. Yes.
Every time you talk about the leadership training, I always want to tell you thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm so impressed with the topics. And I think I share that with the trustees at the dais here. And I wanted to even ask you again to repeat the topics that you're going to cover in that leadership training.
Well, this is HR and the Chancellor's Office working together on this, but I'm with you, Margie. Your leadership team is only as good as continued professional development that is provided to us. So And it's been several years without this. So it's conflict resolution, avoiding retaliation, managing work teams, especially those working remotely, because as you've heard several times tonight, there is a need to figure out how to manage employees who aren't in line of sight, and customer service. And I think the agenda for that is coming out maybe tomorrow. And so maybe the board can be given the agenda also.
I would love that. And thank you. That was my question, the topics again. That's wonderful.
All right, thank you.
Dean Daly, thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on now to Yosemite Faculty Association, YFA President Dimitri Kariotis. Going to give us a report on Greece. No, I'm just kidding.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see you. Chair Garrett, trustees, Chancellor Young. For the past 2 months, two subjects have dominated the YFA reports: negotiating of benefits and the issue of non-instructional faculty not being allowed to work online remotely. Last week, some of us signed the tentative agreement that would conclude this round of negotiations on a positive note. I want to thank the district team and trustees for the stamina to stick with this 11.5-month process to reach this point, which positions us well for completing the work in the next round. That counselors were recently granted the option to work remotely online has given admin the flexibility to provide students more services, resulting in a smoother fall registration stream. This loosening of the policy prohibiting non-instructional faculty from working remotely online has benefited all, but it expires on August 26. Can we make this arrangement a permanent option? District and YFA were able to work out differences to present the board with a TA. We can certainly resolve this issue as well. Finally, we hope for a smooth resolution between CSEA and district. I conclude my report. Any questions? Greece was extraordinary, but I missed all of you.
Thank you, Dimitri.
Thank you.
We'll move on now to California School Employees Association CSEA President Amy Levitt. Hi, Amy.
Good evening, Chair Garrett, fellow trustees, and Chancellor Young. The month of July closed out with the in-person CSEA State Conference after 3 long years of being apart. We were able to celebrate all of the accomplishments and victories of our union brothers, sisters, and siblings. It really was an amazing experience to be one of 1,346 delegates to conduct union business and participate in parliamentary procedure on a large scale. In the beginning of this calendar year, I was encouraged and hopeful because negotiations was moving along well. Great participation and discussions to find the solutions that would support district operations and the needs of classified. It would be concluded in a timely manner. And yet, I stand here before you today in the middle of August with negotiations not finalized. We are still awaiting negotiations on Article 11, duty hours for remote work option. Our CSEA team submitted an 8-page proposal to help outline the terms and conditions and processes that our district could use sooner rather than later to find the right footing on adopting this new work schedule. Our proposal was drafted after reviewing over 8 college districts that have implemented a remote work option. Another outstanding negotiation item, Article 12, wages. Many classified professionals have expressed their concern that the district is focusing on the doom and gloom and preparing for a budget shortfall that is potentially 3 years away, even while the budget reflects that there are more pots of monies than the district had anticipated. Not only are there more revenues coming, but also more time given to spend the allocations that we can use to help cover district and colleges' operational needs. Increases in budget support includes COLAs, base funding and basic allocation increase for student-centered funding formula, technology modernization, deferred maintenance, COVID-19 block grant, student retention and enrollment, Cal Grant, part-time faculty health insurance, and many more that tally up to over $3.2 billion. Many times classified have heard that we are appreciated. Our services and dedication to students and this institution are valued, but it's also been expressed that we should be thankful that we even have a job. Nobody received a layoff notice during the pandemic that if we want more, we should get a job elsewhere. Classified professionals just want a livable wage. So we can only ask that when our district expresses the sentiment of valuing classified professionals, that the value should not be rendered below a good standard of living wages and benefits that this institution can provide for all classified. The district can afford to continue operations as well as to be able to improve our living standard. We want to be at our healthiest, fittest, and most optimistic when we are providing services and support to our students, leadership team, administrators, faculty, as well as the community at large. The start of fall semester is just around the corner, and every classified and every department on campus is gearing up for the return of classes, students, and some faculty. We are excited to see everyone face to face as well as those joining us in the virtual world. It's going to be quite a transition time for all of us. Classified professionals are usually the first point of contact for a student, as there is over 440 of us. And just to break it down for the years of service for the classified professionals, 135 classified professionals have been here for under 5 years. 163 members, 5 to 10 years. 57 that have been here for 15 years. 71 in the 20 to 25 year range. 13 at 30 years. 3 at 35. And as we like to call it, our super veteran at 40 years, we have 1 individual classified professional with service for 40 years here at this community college. You have heard from classified professionals today. I hope you actually listen to their comments and will get back the words that we are valued employees of this institution and that we are appreciated for our dedication and service to the students and their educational endeavors. I would like to thank CSEA Chapter 420 for the opportunity to speak to the Board of Trustees tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Last but not least, faculty representative of the board, Alan McKissick.
Thank you, Chair Garrett. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to address you. I missed the last board meeting because I was advised to avoid gatherings due to my own recent recovery from COVID symptoms, an experience I know I share with others in this room. I wish to thank our Chancellor again for the concerned and supportive words he sent in my direction. And at this point, before I go on, I'd like to convey remarks from MJC Academic Senate President Aisha Saleh. She sends her regrets that she could not attend tonight's meeting and looks forward to seeing you at the September meeting. She reports to you the following. The contextualized teaching and learning cohort began their training this summer and will continue their training and curriculum development this fall. 4 finalists have been selected in the Solve CC competition. More information on their problems and the competition will be shared at Institute Day. Accreditation training took place last month, and the groups assigned to each of the standards have begun compiling evidence to submit this fall. Finally, our planning committee for faculty orientation has been meeting, and we've developed an exciting itinerary to welcome our incoming faculty, introduce them to our college community, and support them in their important work. And those were remarks from President Aisha Saleh. Since your last meeting, I had the opportunity to confer with some members of the board, most recently with Trustee Aguilar. We discussed a wide range of topics, but my best takeaway was an increased knowledge of Trustee Aguilar's district and the YCC governance issues most critical to the community he represents, and also his well-established leadership in that community. Another conversation I had recently was with my colleague, Jim Salmon. You may know that he now uses a wheelchair, which makes 2 longtime close colleagues in my department, 1 full-time and 1 part-time, good friends, who work from a wheelchair. He asked me to again convey his thanks to Trustees Hinton and Beggs for their conversations with him and their focus on accommodation for mobility challenged students and employees in our district. Of course, the faculty associations are vitally interested in this topic, as is our board. Our district has been conscientious about complying with the ADA and other relevant legal requirements that relate to these issues. However, our district has demonstrated a commitment to go well above and beyond to provide accessibility and equity to our students, and by extension to our employees, a well-spoken alumni and now leader in our community, earlier used the word equity in another sense. We usually use the word equity in a sense of fairness and partiality and so on in our discussions at board meetings, but she used it in the sense of the resources commanded by an organization as opposed to just the costs. And so all those people and all these people that need that accommodation and an even better situation in our district, they're equity. As now our new semester and the large-scale return to campus begins, we all hope to see the resourcefulness, energy, and expertise applied to meeting the challenges of the pandemic to all of our efforts going forward, including all the challenges referenced already in this meeting and presentations before you. I think two examples of the synergy we can achieve. One, as I look around the room, the dual modality of this meeting, more people are engaged, aware, and involved in Board of Trustees meetings because of the dual modality offered. And the board is to be commended for making that happen. And I think going forward, we can expect plenty of people in this room and plenty of people in the Zoom room for Board of Trustees meetings. As another example I would give would be a visit to my own classroom recently. As you may know, it's been years since I've done in-person instruction, and I'm really looking forward to getting back to that in a few weeks. But as I went into the classroom, I admired the new coat of paint, the new desks, other new accoutrements, and prominently displayed an air filtration unit. Looking forward to that. As one teacher in our district, I will be doing my best to make use of what I have learned in my enhanced instructional toolbox in my long-awaited return to in-person instruction. And thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you.
Alan, thank you very much. And I want to thank you for Columbia, because I set a new record for ending the meeting, and I think you were somehow involved in that. So thank you.
One does what one can.
Move on now to presentation updates, Yosemite Community College District, Chancellor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First part of my report is actually a report from the colleges. So I'd like to call on Dr. Lena Train to give us a report from Columbia College. Dr. Santanu Bandipadai is on vacation and he's not here. So, Dr. Train.
Okay. I guess the other report that I missed, which we're also excited talking about serving our communities and also in enrollment. The last board meeting, we shared that Columbia College now can serve international students. And along with that, we have our website. And I am very proud to say that it's busy. So far, we already have requests for proposal from our partners in Dubai and also in Malaysia. So we will be forward that. And it is really important to know that because of the urgency of short-term housing, on-campus housing, Columbia is very poised to operate and maximize that asset that we have. So along with that, I'm working with my leadership team to build out and say, how do we negotiate at this time with housing? Because that's what our international partners are looking for. They want to send their kids, they want to know their kids are safe. And from that conversation, it looks as though Columbia College will be very busy this summer because most of our international parents want to send their student for a summer program with on-campus housing. So that is really exciting for us in terms of just everything come together and folks doing that. And again, we've been busy, visiting the communities, working with the communities, having involved with all the activity together. So I think the synergy that Columbia is open, we're looking at our culinary program, and we're thinking, how do we bring up the community members, and that is the beautification of a campus where we have table chair, have special menu at lunch, because if people go to lunch, they might as well come to our campus. So I'm also working with our culinary team to really open up our whole kitchen. And along with that, just a lot of, we position where, think of a lifestyle for Columbia, because it is rural, right? And people don't have a lot of spaces. So because the bookstore is closed, we're moving to Barnes and Noble. We're turning that into what we call a soft space with couches. We'll bring in vendors with like cool snack that they can pick, and not, you know, candy, but things like they can heat up the microwave. We have that. Lounges, we redo some of the buildings so that way we look like we're really hip, and then people would like to come. So in short, we're busy, we're excited, and something new every day. And pretty much that's the report this month for Columbia College.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Train. So next, I want to talk about the fall startup. I want to extend my sincere thanks to the faculty who have been very, very busy getting ready for the fall startup. Once again, we know that we will have a kickoff on a Thursday at Columbia College, and then on a Friday at the MGC to basically usher in the fall semester. I know the amount of work that has gone in, and I want to recognize the classified staff in helping to prepare for that event. And I know custodial cleanup and the other facilities crew have been very busy in trying to get the classroom and buildings ready, as well as the grounds crew, I've noticed, particularly busy. So my sincere thanks to our team for faculty, classified, and of course our managers as well has been very much involved in this effort. So I'm looking forward to a great fall semester. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chancellor Yang. Item 6.5, grants annual report and activity update. This is an information item. The information was included in our agenda. I don't believe we're going to have anybody speaking on this, right? All right. Thank you for that. Moving on now to action items consent. Those items listed on the agenda are 7.2 through 7.6. First, I'll ask if any trustee wants to pull any item off the consent agenda. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as listed on.
I move to approve items 7.2 through 7.6.
Motion made by trustee Bulkin. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Dr. Milton Richards. I would just like to add before we go to a vote that welcome our new interim dean, Curtis Martin, and I wish him all the best. So with that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. So let me speed up here. Move on now to 8.1, District Administrator Services Emergency Conditions Recovery Plan. So that will be Vice Chancellor Stewart, I'm believing.
So last week we had the presentation on the budget update as well as information on the emergency conditions. So presented for you is the application that needs approval, as well as the acceptance of the emergency conditions recovery plan. So we will be bringing that back in February of 2023 with some updates, as well as having some additional reports that I think have been reports to the board that will be provided throughout the months. So if there are any detailed questions, we do have Raylene Juarez, who assisted Brian Sanders on that report. Otherwise, it's there for your acceptance and approval.
I think you went over it in pretty good detail in our last presentation, so we won't make anyone suffer through that again. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you. So with that, the recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approves and adopts the Emergency Conditions Recovery Plan and authorizes the Chancellor or designee to complete and submit the Emergency Conditions Allowance application by the due date of September 1st, 2022. And with that, is there a motion?
I want to,
Oh, go ahead.
I want to make the motion, but I want to pause and thank you for, again, a terrific presentation at the special meeting to understand the nature of these emergency funding conditions, but the bigger picture of funding. And I've said to you before, I'll say it again, I think it's required listening to hear that report. And I don't know if it must have been recorded, a way for people to access the special meeting and to listen to it. And again, thank you to Brian Sanders and to Raylene Juarez for helping with the application. So move.
Well, I think in all fairness, Trustee Hinton kind of beat
Oh.
you out of the gate, but
Oh,
you
second.
can take the second. How's
Take a
that?
second.
So any further discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Move on now to item 8.2, Personnel Negotiations, YCCD, YFA Tentative Agreement. Recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approves the 2022 to 2023 tentative agreement regarding salary and benefits between Yosemite Community College District and the known as YCCD and Yosemite Faculty Association YFA attached to the August 10th agenda. So we've all been given that. I think we're pretty familiar with it at this point. And so moved by Dr. Milton Richards. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Seconded by Trustee Nicolau. Any further discussion, comments, thoughts? Nope. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Sigh of relief by President Karyotis. All right. Move on now to 8.3, YCC Board of Trustees Legal Counsel. So the recommended action is the Board of Trustees discuss proposal to change the current model used to secure legal representation on district matters and identifies an ad hoc committee to review sample requests and proposals, RFP, in an effort to present a draft RFP to legal counsel that will be presented to the full board at a future meeting in order to determine next steps. Take a deep breath. Okay. I think since Dr. Richards had brought this item forward, would you like to present what the next steps are going to be?
Well, I think it's been about 4 or 5 years since we went out for proposal to kind of evaluate what we're doing with our legal counsel, and I think this would be a good time, and I'd like to see the motion approved.
So your motion is to put out an RFP for general
service.
counsel for
Yes.
the Board of Trustees?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion by Dr. Milton Richards, seconded by Trustee Nancy Hinton. Any further discussion? If staff has got a good idea of what's required, what we want?
I was going to ask, is there interest in the being finalize that RFP?
Yes, so that'll be, as soon as we take the vote, then we're going to play tag you're it on who's going to be on the ag ad hoc committee. That's how it works. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, motion carried. Okay, as chair now, I get to play tag you're it. So Dr. Milton Richards will be the chair of the ad hoc committee.
I graciously accept.
Would you like to pick your most desired?
No, I'd like to leave that up to you, Mr.
Oh.
Chairman.
Who would first will be volunteers? Who would like to volunteer? We need two.
I'll volunteer.
Okay. I see that. And Trustee Hinton. Okay, there you go.
Perfect.
You have your soldiers in the endeavor there. All right. Move on now to item 8.4, YCCD resolution 22-23.02, authorizing one-time stipend for MJC president for lead negotiations. And I want to give time first to Debbie Partridge. She's been waiting patiently this whole time. Go ahead, Debbie.
Okay, thank you. Yes, but it's very interesting. I certainly miss everybody at the district. Good evening. Please allow me to introduce myself as it's been a while. My name is Debbie Partridge. I worked for MJC from 1978 to 2018, which for the non-mathematicians, I'm in the 40-year club. Thank you. In 2002, I became involved with CSEA and became an advocate for classified professionals. I served as CSEA president, chief negotiator, and member of the CSEA negotiations team. I am very familiar with the negotiations process and how time consuming it is, starting with polling the members, researching information, creating the proposals, and this is all done before sitting at the table with the district for fair and equitable negotiations. Speaking of equitable, I looked up the definition, dealing fairly and equally with all concerned. In my experience, that is all that classified have ever asked for, equity. I recently watched the YCCD board study session from August 3rd, 22. Currently, the budget looks pretty healthy, understanding that this type of funding may not go on forever. With the current budget, it indicates additional monies for efforts to retain and enroll, high-touch strategies, COVID monies to address barriers, basic needs, mental health services, and closing the digital divide. This sounds to me that it will be accomplished mostly by classified professionals. So money is available at this time, but the board must be good stewards of the money. I'm questioning a stipend for the MJC president to serve on negotiations. In the president's job description under minimum qualifications, it states management skills in resource development, financial management, strategic planning, team building, and labor relations. Labor relations, does that not include negotiations? So the district is providing a stipend for negotiating when it's already part of the job? Wow, I could have raked in a lot of money if I was provided a stipend for all the hours I worked on negotiations. We understand that negotiations on both sides helps all involved, the district, staff, and the students. With all budgets being increased by 12.45%, I ask the board to fairly distribute the increase to all constituencies. We're just asking for fairness. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Debbie. Okay, so the recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approves the resolution authorizing one-time stipend attached to the August 10th, 2022 agenda. Is there a motion?
I'd like to move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion by Trustee Bulkin. Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Trustee Aguilar. Any further discussion, comments? All those in favor say.
I'd like to just a discussion item. Sorry, is I personally would love to see the negotiations responsibilities removed from in the future from the duty of the president. And I think we've asked a lot of the president and his duties to add this to his plate. But I look forward to a time when we're not asking the president to do the negotiations.
Okay. And now okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think that's one. No, I'm Margie. Let's do a roll call vote.
Yeah.
I'm not going to count heads here.
Trustee Aguilar?
Aye.
Trustee Beggs?
I'm torn. I'm going to abstain.
Trustee Bulkin?
Aye.
Trustee Hinton?
Aye.
Trustee Richard?
Yes.
Trustee Nicolau?
No.
And Chair Garrett?
No.
Vote is 4 in favor, 1 opposed, or 2 opposed, and 1 abstention. Motion.
Moving on to item 8.5, YCCD Resolution 22-23.03, Governing Board Election with Santa Clara County. The Board of Trustees approves the resolution ordering Governing Board members' elections with Santa Clara County attached to the August 10th agenda. In your packet, we've been briefed on this before with other counties. So this is just in preparation for the upcoming board election. So is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
By Dr. Milton Richards. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Jenny Nicolau. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Item 8.6, and please put it on the record that at this time, trustee Jenny Nicolau is recusing herself from the dais and closing the door. This is a resolution in the matter of trustee absent from board meeting is attached to the August 10th, 2022 agenda. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we approve.
Okay, motion made by trustee Nancy Hinton, seconded by trustee Antonio Aguilar.
I have a question.
Yes.
On our resolution 22-2305, it says that we can approve this based on illness, jury duty, or absence due to hardship. Have we verified that it's one of them or more of them?
So
Yes.
on the second, the last whereas, trustee Nicolau made mention that she was absent due to caring for.
Okay, so her hardship. Okay, I just wanted to make that known. Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? So moved. Dr. Milton Richards will now ask trustee Nicolau to come back in. We'll move on now to 8.7, YCCD Resolution 22-23.04, continuing Board of Trustees authority to hold virtual meetings pursuant to AB 361.
So moved.
Moved
Second.
by trustee Dr. Milton Richards, seconded by Nancy Hinton. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Aguilar,
Aye.
trustee Beggs,
Aye.
vice chair Beggs, pardon me. Trustee Balkan,
No.
trustee Hinton,
Aye.
trustee Richards,
Yes.
trustee Nicolau,
Yes.
Chair Garrett.
No.
Vote is 5 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carried.
8.8, annual board self-evaluation. This will be put off until the September meeting. And now we have item 8.9, that the Board of Trustees discuss the possibility of constructing a campus fitness and recreation center for students and staff at MJC. And before we get started, we have two, and Russell, I don't expect you to do this, so I'll read it. First, we have one from prior trustee who served for a long time, Abe Rojas. He says, as a lifelong fitness enthusiast, as you're aware, and a former YCCD trustee, I strongly support the proposal of a district health and fitness center. The study should be initiated to explore the feasibility of this proposal. Please pass along my request to the board and Chancellor Abe Rojas. And then we have one from Shelley Akiona, the previous YFA president. Chancellor Young, Board of Trustees, I'm writing in support of allocating one-time funds toward exploration and construction of a campus fitness and recreation center at Modesto Junior College. Student staff as a 10-year business professor, Gallup Strengths Coach, and senior human resource professional. I study, teach, and train on the positive connections between employee engagement and employee health and wellness. Global workplace trends evidence that employers who actively invest in their employees' whole health, including physical, mental, and financial health, see higher levels of employee engagement and productivity in the workforce. Developing a state-of-the-art fitness center is a great long-term investment into your students and employees. That will result in happier and healthier workforce on campus. We also have many former students that are now employees of our institutions. Having a great facility available for self-care is an attractive perk for current employees and other applicants to consider YCC as an employer of choice. I hope this project moves forward, and that is evidence that YCC indeed invests in the whole wellness of its employees and students. Thank you, Shelley Akiona. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Milton Richards.
Chair Garrett,
Yes.
pardon me. There is one other.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. That's right. I had it right here, I promise.
Twice in one night up here. This is great.
Building
I speak now as an individual faculty member who since 2000 has been fortunate to use the MJC Fitness facility, a facility that I imagine once served our school and community, but can no longer keep up with the demand from MJC's robust athletics program and student needs. I strongly support the notion of a new fitness and rec center, one that will benefit students, staff, and faculty and better reflect who we are today. Thanks.
Thank you, Dimitri. Now, we had a spotlight, we turned it on you. Go ahead.
You know, faculty, staff, trustees, students, student athletes, we all bring unique skills to the campus. I've spent 40 years as a college athletic director responsible for managing athletics and recreation. I've been involved in building 5 different fitness centers on 5 different campuses. A lot of time, I even did it in Canada where people thought I was crazy when we talked about doing a student fee for a stadium and a student union. But I think we have a really unique opportunity here at MJC. We've been very fortunate that we have a lot of money right now, and I know that's a relative term, and I know part of the money that came in from COVID is to improve the health and safety of campus. You know, when you put a fitness center on campus, it's like putting a movie theater in a downtown. It just really invigorates campus. I've spoken to the athletic director, I've spoken to coaches, I've spoken to faculty. As you can see, we've got faculty here from the leadership group supporting it. I would like to see us fast track a fitness center. I think we could do it for about $4 million. I think we have the funds, and I would like to see us get serious about allocating $4 million in building a fitness center. I'm not looking for a motion to do that tonight, but I would like it. I don't want to hear that we don't have the money and we can't do this and we can't do that. We need to do something for our faculty, staff, and students, and it's not just giving raises to people or giving free tuition. This is something that will really help campus and make it a better place. I watched it happen at Stanislaus. I watched it happen at Kansas State. I watched it happen at Temple University. I watched it happen at Simon Fraser University. I think this is something we need to fast track, and I think we have the funds. I think we have earmarked money. I know we have long-term things, but we're not talking about, and I know there's an expense to operate this, but I think we can find the money. So that's what I want to talk about tonight. Thank you.
So I think the next thing as I envision this would be to bring in the athletic department, get a working group together, bring Judy Lancaster in. And if you've ever worked with Department of State architects, keep in mind the idea of fast track. So it's not as fast as you think.
But what I would really like to see maybe in a future meeting is a commitment for the funds, and then bring all the groups together. And it's not just the student athletes. It's people like Dimitri that use the fitness center consistently. It's the student body who would like to see a fitness center. You know, this would not only invigorate campus, but it would give students, faculty, and staff a reason to come and stay on campus. So I think it's something that could really be a positive. And I think it's a unique time. If, normally I would have gone to students and I would have talked about a student fee and I would have went through all that. I think we have the money to do this. Thank you.
There's a raised hand in the audience. Lana Von Apps.
Okay.
If you can.
You're muted, Lana. I'm sorry.
I clicked and double clicked. A rec center at MJC would be so great. I mean, as a faculty member, I've been able to work out with students and have great conversations about course material in an informal setting. It's really would benefit MJC. And I do hope that also means that Columbia College will see perhaps some upgrade of material and workout equipment at our own rec center. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lana. So again, I think working group, get the parties involved, Chancellor, you take care of that, and we'll, start looking at what the feasibility and the cost and things like that. So, all right.
As we explore something like this, we had talked a couple years ago about some sort of wellness initiative. And I think that something like that needs to dovetail with this, because that's what we're looking for, you know. Sound body, sound minds, and a sound body and all that fun stuff that we've sort of put on hold during COVID.
I'd like to just add two other comments. My mind certainly goes to the mental health part of it, and we've talked a lot about that. And I immediately think of our community. Like, what a great way to bring new people onto campus who aren't typically taking courses. What a great way to partner with some up and coming students, maybe in high school that might be interested, or some retired folks. So I know we're just at the discussion of an exploratory phase, but I want to go on record. I think this is a great move for us to explore.
Wonderful, thank you. 9.1, request for future board agenda items.
I don't know if it's an agenda item, but I was struck by something I heard tonight in the presentations about a classified member who is making 1193. And I thought that, and I don't want the information now, but I want to better understand that I thought the minimum wage law that ramped up to 1550 was already the established base. So it's just I just want to respond to what I heard tonight, and maybe if I can get some information later, we can better understand the bottom of that salary schedule. I know you understand what I'm asking, Trevor. Thank you.
Maybe you can, back and then allow, yes.
We already.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
you heard it too. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move on now to 9.2, comments from the board. Trustee Nicolau. Yes, I picked you for.
Yes, I have three things. And you know that if I don't have anything, I'd like to just say thank you. But I have three. President Tran, you are number one. I appreciate you calling out your leadership team. I appreciate your group effort and the we attitude that you carry. And I just want to acknowledge that. So thank you for calling out the many, many people that make things successful and not trying to take credit as an individual. Number two, I also appreciate the presentation by Carissa from Vision Point. And I'm not a webmaster, and I think, Trevor, you took some notes. But just again, I think we need to look at that scope of work, look at heat mapping and some sort of satisfaction survey. It's a lot of time and a lot of money. We need to make sure we hit our goals. And lastly, on a personal note, my daughter started first grade today, which makes me think of everybody who's going to have a first day of school coming up. Oh my gosh, I was in the best mood this morning, and I wish that for all of you in a few weeks, that you're just floating on air, and thank you for what you do for this community. So happy early first day of school.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolau. I'm just getting that energy. I feel better already. Dr. Milton Richards, nothing? Okay. Trustee Bolkin.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good. No, I'm just kidding.
I won't say what I was going to compliment Dr. Tran on, because you took the words out of my mouth. Thank you for acknowledging that. I also want to announce that on September 30th, and I'll be able to announce this as a reminder again in September, Columbia College Foundation celebrates its 50th anniversary of the foundation. We already celebrated the 50th anniversary of the college, and now the foundation is celebrating at the college in the evening its 50th year of incredible support to students, namely, of course, the promise that it offers today. And then when I was walking on campus this week a couple times, I just have to say it again. I was walking by Tiffany Fleas, and I was going towards Dr. Tran's office to a promise meeting. And there was a woman that was 9 months pregnant, because she asked her, oh my gosh, how far along are you? She's 9 months pregnant. She said, let's get you on in and enroll you for classes. And it was just such a beautiful, natural, we're just going to get this done. And this woman feeling so accepted. And as she struggled to get out of her chair to get up to follow Tiffany, it was just, and you see it peripherally out of the side of your eyes. And it was just a beautiful moment. But before I got to that moment, there were about 500 4th through 9th graders on campus for the annual Mad About Science, which is an opportunity for all of our 11 districts to experience pre-enrollment it's an enrollment campaign because we have all of these 4th through 9th graders on campus for a week. And it's such a great opportunity to transition that young mind into envisioning themselves as claim jumpers. And lastly, I know that the chancellor has known this for some time, but maybe not all of you, that I'm not intending to run another term. And I won't be filing for the trustee area 1 by the deadline Friday. And because the incumbent won't be filing, that date will be extended another week for people to file. As I am able then to focus my efforts, as you know, I'm very involved in K-14 work through the college itself and through the colleges around the area and mentoring superintendents, which is what I do on the side. So I'm able to immerse myself in that passion and still stay connected to Columbia College. But I'm really happy that there's interest in this trustee position. And I want to acknowledge Tyler Jackson is in the audience tonight. He's filed for the position or the trustee spot, as has a gentleman named Don Davis, who is a retired superintendent from Waterford. And who knows if there'll be more. But I'm flattered that there's interest in this seat, and I'm certain that it'll transition into great hands. That's all I have.
Well, I'm crushed, but I'll shed my tears later. So we'll move on now to our student trustee.
I apologize if I sound nervous, but I'm very happy to see that both colleges have maximized the opportunities and services for our students, along with the increase in enrollment in both colleges. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. Trustee Hinton?
I just want to thank the staff that's working with setting the ADA completion, and that Jim Solomon has brought to our board, and we've talked to you about it for the last few months. And I am running for my next election and have filed paperwork. And if you live in my area, I'd love your support.
No comments, Trustee Aguilar. Vice Chair Beggs.
I'll make a comment for gentleman to my right, because we went to the MJC Frito-Lay student graduation on August 4th. Well, now do you want to talk again? This was a great program. We partnered with Frito-Lay. They needed some, I'm not sure, electrical, mechanical technicians to work on their lines, and they did 33 units in 1 year. While they were working, the way this was a great situation, and everybody passed, everybody completed. There was one person who didn't because they were promoted. So it was a wonderful thing. It only happened because we were willing to meet in person and didn't shut down. A lot of programs across the state just shut down. So their families were there. They were very happy. We were happy, everybody was happy. So that was great. And then yesterday I was at the MJC Foundation meeting, and there are a lot of possibilities going on there too. And if we explore this plan that Milt is talking about with an athletic center, and it does need more money with inflation or whatever, and we're able to go ahead, the foundation is another area to look at to contribute. So we have a lot going on. I was thrilled with what Dr. Tran said. I was thrilled with the work on the website, and I agree with all the cautions about let's test it, because we want it to be pretty and look good and to work well. And that's it for me right now.
Oh, you passed, sorry.
This program, since I've been on the board, one of my, I guess because of my community and where I came from, one of my focus has always been CTE. And this program was, when I heard about it and all this is just an amazing program. So what they did was they they figure that they're going to need close to 20 more mechanical electronic maintenance. So because they have a big expansion going on in the plant, so they put it up to their employees, and they got close to 300 applications from their own employees. So from there, they took about a week or two of interviews, and they chose 20, I think they went 10 and 10 of their employees that they thought they would best qualify for that. So they paid for everything. The employees were getting paid when they were in class, like being on the job. I just thought it was an amazing program, and great for whoever put it together, that we were flexible enough with our employees, because they had different classes at different times. Our instructors that we met, they had the flexibility to work with them, but Frito-Lay paid everything. I thought it was amazing. They had their families were there, and I just wish when I was younger there would have been a program like that for me. But I think it's an amazing program. Not just that, but it shows what we can do, partnership with the businesses in our community and helping our employees. It was amazing. Not that I forgot, but
And I think there's 2 more cohorts that we know of, like one's partway through and then there's another one.
Thank you for sharing. That is good news. Great opportunities. Well, the only thing I have is Amy Levitt, would you come back up here, please? You and your classified professionals have a special event coming up here in about a week, right?
Which one?
Which one? I'm talking about the breakfast.
Yes. One of
So,
many.
so remind us all when it is and what time it starts.
It is sponsored by the MJC President's Office. It is going to be Thursday, August 18th. I believe the time is
I think you started,
7:30.
yep, 7:30. For all you morning people, come on, let's go.
Come cook us breakfast.
Yeah. No, you don't want me cooking.
You can turn it into a scramble. It's okay.
Oh, there you go. All right.
so maybe one on your events, you can try to do something for the night people and invite me, because that way after work I can, because I'm also a CACA employee, so, but I work, so.
We will express that to the MJC administration.
I would love to come and support you guys anytime. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
No, we can do a
We
carne
night owls
asada
are-
at 7 o'clock in the afternoon or something.
Yes.
We
Tacos.
night owls are discriminated against, I'm just
We
saying.
are.
I will take that forward to the MJC administration. Thank you.
And thanks for coming back up, Amy. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's all I have. So now that I've lost total control, the next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on September 14th, 2022. Closed session begin at 3 p.m. and open session at 5:30 right here at the district office. With that, this meeting stands adjourned. Thank you all very much.